Okay. Move. Attack, and I need to give this camera control. That is target select. Cam, handler, combat cam.
Let's go!
Let's go! Welcome in, McVin. Welcome in, Foul. Absolute cinematic. Yeah, I am, hopefully, by the end of the night, I will have a battle animation system in place. And we will officially be in a better, well, technically we will be in a better place than the Game Maker version was, because now I will have custom models with animations for attacks. I'll not be fully caught up because I still need to have like yeah, you know what, now that I think about it, we won't be in a better place. I just thought about how far I did get in the Game Maker version. I had like the fucking level system, the skills, the trigger abilities. You could transition between levels. Okay, there's still a lot to do, but I am working on adding things that we did not have before, so it is still very cool progress. And that should be enough, I think. I can move here. And yes, I can move the camera on this screen now. Now I need to make it so that when I click on a valid target, it does shit with the camera. Brooke, welcome in. Happy Sunday. It is the last day of my vacation. I gotta go back to being a wagey tomorrow. I guess technically not a wagey. I'm a salary man. Actually, does that still count as... I guess that still counts as wage, right? In my head, I was thinking wage is like hourly, but I guess salary still technically counts as wage. Thank you for the head pat, much appreciated. Okay, one of the many improvements that the Godot version has is that I have a much more robust state machine setup for handling logic. So, for example, getting back in so you can see it. So, this is like picking where to move state, and every individual state is its own object. I think when I've used state systems in Game Maker, I've just made them like... I've made them a variable value that another handler will like look at and be like, okay, this is what state we're in. But here, I have made it so that the states themselves are objects that can have their own functions and shit that's very handy for making sure shit doesn't overlap, and also for any given state, the handler only has the information that it needs, which has been very useful for like organizing the code and keeping things nice and tidy. So, state object for picking where to move, and then state object for executing the animation, moving from one square to the next. State for picking which attack to use. Don't like the lag that's kicking in every time I switch acts, and I know why. It is checking, it's running like calculations for what tiles are in range. And I guess it's I guess that is slow enough that there is noticeable lag between me hitting up and down and the menu updating. Which means I think what I have to do is run all of these calculations once and then, like, cache them, which is probably the smart thing to do. It will make it take longer for this menu to open the first time, but that should not be a big problem. And then state for picking which tile you're going to attack. And so the new state I need to make is for when you pick a tile and it runs the animation. Yeah, I don't like that. Let me fix that. This means you get to wear your tie around your head when coming back on the train after a company drinking party? Indeed. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I qualify as a disheveled salaryman, yeah. Okay. Act menu. So instead of doing this when the menu changes, let's see. Target cells. Okay, so the act object itself should store what tiles are in range. So let's see. G-target, target mode standard. So we're going to run these. We're going to run these calculations in the act. Variable target cells, which is an array of terrain cells. I would enjoy a Shibuya Meltdown from Bork, absolutely. Okay. For act and unit.acts. Variable item. Initialize act. We'll do it here. Act.target cells equals gtarget target mode standard. Range min, range max, range of Y. Starting from unit's position. And then when we go here, you can do this. Previous item.act.target cells. Highlight targets false, and then do the same thing for current item. Man, the baseline on this track, fuck something heavy. Loop your 11 installed, trying to put in reshade. Whoops. Fucking oop. Okay, let's see if this works. And oop. Okay, so if we go here, it is still a little laggy. Hmm. I guess it's not running the calculations, it's just straight up running through here and updating all the colors. That is genuinely just that's what's taking up the time, is updating the colors on the tiles. I wanted to show the preview of the target range in the menu, but if it's gonna be fucking unoptimized like this, that's cringe. Hang on. What if we don't do this? If it's still laggy like this, then I think it's just because I'm streaming and it's not like fully exported, and that's an optimization problem that will be for much later. Okay, it's the changing the colors of shit. Okay, fucking fine. I won't do it here. That's a headache for the future. Okay. Which means, I mean, I guess I can leave this in here. Yeah, fuck it. I'm sure that won't be a problem later. In fact, I actually don't need to do this here at all if it's not going to show the range. But I do want it to show the range. Is it this? This is probably a really bad and dumb way to do what I'm doing, realistically, but fuck it. That's we're not fucking with that right now. Yeah, I think I just won't have the forecast. All right. So we won't put that here. I'll leave that commented out so I can grab it later. I need to know what that function is. Here. When I make target select, item act, target cells. We can probably just put it here, which means I'll need to move that highlight cells function. So let's grab that. I'm going to put that in here. And I don't even need it to be a separate function now, which is great. Wait. Yes. Yes, this is fine. I'm going to grab this, take this out of here. You know what? No. Yes. I'm so fucking flip-floppy on this because, like, I think getting the range preview is very valuable, but also if the menu is nice and snappy, then it's not like inconvenient to just go in, pick an attack, and then if nothing's in range, you just go back and pick a different attack. That's probably fine. I need to do this in the initialize? No, I don't. I just don't need this here. Active target cells. Even target standard. I don't think I need act to have its own target cells. Or target cells, which is an array of terrain cells. Comment get cell. Act range min, range max, range y. For a cell in target cells. Oops. Do I need to hold on to that value outside of this function when I exit this state? I need to clear those colors. So yes, I do. Well, thankfully we were already holding on to them. So we'll just make that not local. Which means I don't need to specify the type. Target cells equals get the shit for this act for a cell in target cells. Cell. Cell.update color. Okay. Does this still work? Something is broken. Ah, yes. We don't need this. I don't even think this object, the act menu, this doesn't need a target cell array anymore. Which means I don't need anything in this index change right now. I'll hold on to it in case that changes later. And then you pick one, and then it sets the range. Okay, okay. And like there's a little bit of lag going between these states, but because your brain is like processing that the game is switching states, the lag isn't really an issue. Whereas here, you want the menu to be nice and snappy. So you don't want that lag in between every single input here. The lag in between state switches here, that's fucking negligible, unless you're speedrunning. To which I say, fucking get fucked, speedrunners. Okay, that problem is fixed. Now we can move on. Been very much in the FF7 music as of late. I mean, getting excited for Remake 3 made me remember that FF7R would have extremely good music because they wouldn't have it any other way. So I checked it out and I was like, yeah, this is primo shit, dude. Okay, so this new state would be act execute. That act execute. Combat cam, I don't think we want, because that's for manually controlling the camera. We want an auto. We want an auto camera. Um. mm, mm, mm. Yeah, there's nothing here that I need to hold on to. This is just for input processing. Okay, so we need a whole different handler for auto cam. Handler, combat cam. We're gonna duplicate that. Handler, auto cam. We're gonna have some variables here. It's going to need to save the state of the camera when it's created, before it makes any changes, so that way it can go back to the state that the camera was in after any cinematics are over. So that's going to be holding on to position and rotation, but yes, position, rotation, distance, which is going to be like a weird fourth thing. Yeah, okay. All right. Save position, which is a vec3. We need to save rotation, and we're going to need to save distance. Save rotation. Save distance, which is just going to be a float. Might as well just save what the camera is. Cam, which is a not that. What are you? Camera focus. Camera focus, which is just a node 3D. Okay. Wait a minute. No, you're not. You're a camera focus. Is that a class? It's not. And it should be. Class name, camera focus. I don't need to do this, do I? No, I don't. Get out of here. I'm sure that won't break anything. Playing one MMO while you wait for another to reinstall. That's multi-track drifting. What are you hopping back to 14 temporarily, or WoW? Okay, why did I go in there? Right. Combat. This is a camera focus. And then go into auto cam. Camera focus equal to global.combat.cam. I wonder if I just do this here. If I put this up here, can I do vector 3 copy of cam dot position? Cool. Okay. I'm sure this is unwise. Rotation. And then this, we take the camera 3D's Z position for the distance. And get node. Camera 3D. Dot position dot Z. Heard something about a Lalafell parade so big it accidentally revealed a bunch of hidden bots. Oh shit. That's always fun. It's good to keep the patrols out. Keep them on their toes. Don't have WoW sub at the moment, but in a few days you do want to peek in there for trading posts, Summer Flame Festival, and Troll Pride Parade mini event stuff. Oh, that's fun. Happy World Lalafell Day. Happy belated World Lalafell Day, I suppose. Okay, so when I grab all of these, I'm gonna set that for something. Where are the tweens for this? That's in combat, I think? No, it's in camera focus. Here we go. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna set all of these. Okay, that makes sense. Distance, height. Yeah. Okay. So I should probably save these separate now that I think about it. Rotation, distance, and height. So that way it's easier to translate them back and forth. So I'm going to go in here. I'm going to save the position as a vec3, but we're going to get the tween info. You know what? We'll do it like this. Cam dot train position X, Y, and Z at dot current. Actually, no, we don't want the current. We want the end. We run Pride Parade called The Running of the Trolls was transformed into an official mini holiday this year. Oh, hell yeah. Let's grab the rotation, distance, and height. Whoops. Don't want that. Between rotation. Distance. Height. A lot of companies scaled back their Pride stuff, but Blizzard went, hell yeah. That's good. That's good. Certainly does not fully absolve them, but like that's good. That in a vacuum is very good. Okay. So this is going to control the camera angle. Let's figure out a default first, and then we can get fancy with it later. So once it is ready, we're gonna have it zoom in. We're gonna have it zoom in, flatten out. We're gonna zoom in, flatten out, and I may need to adjust the camera angle more than the auto angle will allow. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. So save. Okay. Are these all set to the same like time tween timing? Let me see. As far as I can tell, the timing on these do not change. Duration by default is 0.2. So, okay. We're going to save those. AutoCam. I think they're at least smart enough to know who their community is, so they can make gestures like this for a nice payout of goodwill. Yeah, it's a smart thing to do. We're gonna save the tween duration as well, just in case I change the default for it later. I don't have to hunt it down here. I'm not tween rotation duration. For tween in, I'm just gonna grab all of them here. In. X, Y, and Z, and then rotation, distance, and height. Tween dot duration equals 0. We'll double it. I don't want to get too crazy with it. Thinking if I want a smooth zoom or like a camera cut. We'll do the smooth zoom for now. And the act execute will generate an auto cam, which will automatically save the tween settings and adjust the tween duration, but we want a separate thing for managing the actual camera work. Something that will like give instructions. So we need a new type of handler. It's time to re-implement the flowchart. New script. Handler flowchart. And then we need a flowchart event. Yeah, we need something that actually runs the shit, and then something that has something to represent individual events so that way they can be slotted into flowcharts as needed. Okay. Class name, handler, flowchart, extends node. Region variables. Events, which is an array of flowchart events, which we don't have yet. It's an array. We'll specify later. Okay, so we need flowchart events. Do I want to make a folder for flowcharts? I feel like they're gonna end up going in other folders, so I'll leave it. I'll leave it for now. A new script. Flowchart event. Class name. Flowchart event. Okay. I think using the ready event for when it actually procs is probably the move. And then, where do I want to handle the timing? I think, okay, so the timing would be before the event happens. So, our delay which is float, will be equal to 0. Or do we do -1 to signify, like, don't count down immediately? I'll figure that out later. Okay. Thank you for that, Brooke. Oh, you could sync it with the music? I think they're running at two completely different tempos. I don't know if that's gonna fly. You were really trying to thread the needle with that one. But I think I can hear why you would think that. I can hear a similarity in the beat. There's an array of flowchart events. Var delay, which is a float. It's gonna be equal to. We'll set this one to -1. And I believe that you ready them until the delay is greater than 0 again. So that way you can set delay to 0 and it'll run simultaneously with the event that precedes it. Okay. So reprocess if delay is greater than 0. And we'll say if events.size, because if there's no events to run, you shouldn't do anything. Though realistically, if there's no events, then like, what are we doing here? I think I should have a folder for flowcharts, and then each individual flowchart will have its own folder to hold all the individual events, so I can keep them organized. That makes sense. I do appreciate that Square recognizes the legacy of FF7's like battle theme, so there's like 10 remixes of it per game. Event size, while delay is less than or equal to 0, add child just hang on. Events dot pop front, is that the same as pop 0? Removes and returns the first element. Yeah. Events dot pop front. No, I should not do it like this. Or should I? Because you pop it and then you grab the delay of the next one. Yeah. And then when ready, it grabs the delay of the first entry. Okay, yeah. And child events dot pop front. Delay equals. We should do equals 0. Or just delete itself and signal that the flowchart is complete. We'll do 0. What delays? No, but then if the timer goes and it goes past it, yeah. Okay. How about this? While delay is less than or equal to 0 and events dot size. While there are events to run and the delay is 0. Delay equal, but I need to check. Okay. If events dot size. Events dot size, delay equals events 0 dot delay. Otherwise, the flowchart is over. I guess otherwise queue free. Just like get out of here. Time for slod. Hell yeah. Hopefully it's a little nicer to your stomach. All these are like phase changes in boss fights. Father's Day be like ad child. True. Let's see. Yeah, if there are events, set up the next event. Otherwise, this shit is over. And this has the... I was going to say, this is the added benefit of being able to reference previous events in the timeline after they've happened. But I feel like that's very dangerous and complicated logic, so I'm probably just not going to do that. I think a good way to test this is to just move the camera back and forth before we mess about with anything else. So, let me clean this up. Make sure that none of those errors are still relevant. Let's see, we don't need that open. I don't think we need that open. We can leave these for now. Forward and back, you say? Perhaps. So we need a flowchart for default attack camera. See, I'm definitely gonna make a flowcharts folder. Create a new folder. Flowcharts. Put you in there. Yes, please. I'm gonna put you in here as well. I'm gonna make another folder for let's see. Act camera. Yeah, okay. ActCam default default zoom in. Or default zoom in and then like a default bird's eye for probably for like buffs and shit. ActCam default zoom in. So we're gonna make a flowchart for that. Handler. Handler flowchart. ActCam. Oh, this name's gonna be so fucking long, dude. Do I need handler in front of the name? Kinda. I like my prefixes. ActCam default zoom in. Man, that sucks, but there's not a whole lot I can do about it. Danny, welcome in. Happy Sunday. Hope the weekend has been kind to you. Okay. Handler flowchart, ActCam, default zoom in. This is so cursed. Extends flowchart. In hot? In a good way or a bad way? Cyclic inheritance. Man, shut the hell up. Hang on. Reload project. Save and reload. Okay. It has been fixed, but also I don't need these anymore. Yeah, I can leave these alone. We don't need to reestablish those. This here, super delta. Does it do anything on ready? Yes. I wonder. I could put it in initialize. I think. I could put it in initialize and initialize the events, and then on ready, we don't gotta fuck with anything. So let's do delay equals events 0. Events 0 dot delay. It's been wet and hot, not wet and hot. You are very right. It is, yeah, it's been fucking brutal out here. As usual, the combo of, it being rainy as fuck, and when it's not rainy as fuck, it's 200 degrees outside, means that the lawn is out of control, unfortunately. If I can get, like, I just need, like, 2 days in a row of not rain, and I can get something fucking going. And then outside of here, delay equal minus delta. Is that how that works? Or is it 1 over delta? Delta is the time between frames in seconds. Yeah, okay. Can't get any yard work done? Yeah! Dude, it's pissing me off. At this rate, I'm gonna have to take, like, the first opportunity to mow the lawn during the week, which means I have to do it after work. So it's like, okay, cool. That's my whole day shot, I guess. Okay. And then we make an event. This one we gotta shorthand this. So FCE act cam default zoom in 0. And we put that in here. H-I-J-K-E-F-G-H. Damn it. I was hoping that alphabetically this would work out and the handler would be at the top, but I guess not. That's fine. At least it's in some order. The flowchart events will be in order, and then the handler will always be at the bottom. I can work with that. FCE act cam default zoom in 0 extends flowchart. Shut the hell up, cyclic interference. It's not. You're just lagging behind. Can I just reload the scene? I don't know if that worked. It did! Okay. Okay, so the delay on this will definitely be 0. So we're gonna function initialize delay equals 0. And then when ready, we're gonna need the camera. Not only that, the tablet used to monitor your home network has a swollen battery. Ooh, yeah, I imagine the heat and the humidity probably didn't help with that, even if it's indoors. And that shit is not helping. Also has an IR blaster. Damn. What's the ETA on getting that fixed? So we're gonna need the camera. Hmm. Come to think of it, do I need an auto cam handler? I guess I could put stuff in there like waggles and shit. But does that need to be... well, it's good to have it because it holds the position data of the camera. Okay. Okay. Not gonna fuck with that for now. Arcam equal, which is a camera focus, equal to global dot combat dot cam. We will probably need the acting unit and a list of targets. Okay. But should the events have that? Or should the flowchart handler have that? But if the flowchart handler has it, how do I pass that to the events? Nah, we'll do it like this for now. Even if it is a little bit inconvenient because we'd be retyping a lot of stuff. Have to find a comparable replacement. I mean, that is a form of fixing. You may not be fixing the device itself, but you are fixing the problem. Ad break, I'm gonna refill my drink real quick because I am dry. Okay. I get to go to Dollar General tomorrow because I am just about out of juice. I was hoping it would last a little bit longer, but alas. Okay, so we have the camera. We need... I mean, it's not like there would ever be more than one unit acting at a time. So, yeah. Okay. Our unit... Initialize... I'll leave it alone. I can just set the I can just set the, wait. Duh, just store it in a variable. I'm fucking stupid. Handler. Handler flowchart. I should do broad in case I need to, like, slide these around. But what if I didn't? Handler flowchart, ACM, default zoom in. Monster, welcome in. Let's go! Happy Sunday. Hope the weekend's been kind to you. Arcam, which is a camera focus. Global.combat.cam. We're putting the magic electricity in the magic rocks, man. We're making it happen. Camera focus. Our unit, which is combat unit, which by default should be the acting unit, the first in the turn order. Global.combat.turn order 0. This is true majory. Welcome, Mino. Happy Sunday. Vibe code Doko. This is vibe coding. We're coding while we're vibing. The fuck? There could be no purer example. Our targets, which is an array of combat units. Which I'm pretty sure is going to have to be supplied. I don't know if I can auto grab this. Unless I can grab it from the act. This doesn't need to know that, though. It just needs to know the targets. The state can grab the act and send the flowchart the targets through that. Okay, we'll leave it like this for now. Because I don't think the camera control is going to need to know anything else about the act info other than the targets. The vibes are ejaculate, as the kids say. That's a new one. I haven't heard that one before. That is that is pristine. Ejaculate, even. Yeah, I think we're gonna have to leave that one alone. Function initialize. Events. We're gonna set the events and then it'll ready after. Default zoom in, and then the first thing that we're gonna do is grab the camera from the handler. And we're gonna make it zoom in and flatten it out. So let's start with just distance. Handler.cam dot between distance dot end. Oh, right. No. I was gonna say new end. No. I don't think. I think we just do it like this. Distance dot end. It's equal to, what is it? What is it equal to normally? Handler combat cam. Distance is clamped between 3 and 12, so we'll set it to like 2, because we do want it to zoom in quite a bit. And then zoom in, but zoom out based on how far apart the units are, so that way they're both always on screen. But we can figure that out later. And equals 2. And then we're going to have the second part of this be zoom back out and load the next turn. So actually, I don't think we want to load the next turn in the flowchart itself. We want to send that to the state, so the state can like automatically handle it, because the same thing's going to happen regardless of which animation plays at the end. So we'll need a signal that sends out like, hey, the flowchart is finished. Okay. Hmm. The delay on this is going to be 1 second. That should be enough. Hmm. In fact, we don't even want to manage the camera here. I think we genuinely want to do nothing. Just to signal. We just want this to signal that the flowchart is over, which means this doesn't need to be a unique event. Okay. Bring me back to the flowchart handler. Minus equal delta. Q free. Region signals. Signal. Signal finished. That'll do. Which means it should only do this once, because after it exits this while loop, it'll never enter it again because the delay will be less than 0 and events will be empty. So I don't have to worry about this triggering a lot. Let's do sig finished dot emit. Yeah, I think I can get rid of this. And what we'll do is see default zoom in 0 dot new. Because I'm already having to fuck with this. Let's do this. Var event, say flowchart event. Event equals a new one of these. Events.append. And then an empty flowchart event. Event.delay equals 1. And then append that. And then there's an act execute. Okay. Where were we here? Act execute. We don't want combat cam, we want auto cam. Okay, new. We're not loading a menu, so you don't need that. But we do need a flowchart. So instead of this, flowchart, which is handler flowchart. Flowchart equals default cam zoom in dot new. Even in coding, you need a Walter. I need many Walters, in fact. Flowchart dot. That is the wrong signal. Signal finished connect receiver. Region receivers. Function receiver flowchart finished. When the flowchart is finished, we're gonna grab this. Q state. Yes, move select. Don't need all this. Connect receiver, flowchart finished. There will be no input handling here, so all of this can go. You have the camera, you have the unit, you have the flowchart. I already had a what the fuck? How did I not see this? Okay, hang on. Get out of here. This goes here. There we go. I should probably specify. Yeah. Flowchart. I'll leave it like this for now. Adds it, and then it queues the next thing. When it frees up, that should remove the auto cam. Where is auto cam? There you are. When auto cam is freed, it needs to reset the save position stuff. Function free. I actually don't know if this is. I don't know if this is a built-in function. I think it is. It's not. Okay, so that I don't think that will be particularly useful here. Combat state free, queue free. Yeah, okay. Hmm. Hmm. How do I make it... How do I make it so that when AutoCam goes away, it saves the it undoes the camera work. I guess the simple solution would be to just put it in the state for now. But I don't know if this is the only place where AutoCam is going to be used. Well, for one thing, I definitely want to make it a function in here, and then we can figure out the rest later. Region functions. Function restore cam. It's cam dot frame position x dot end equals save position dot x iz rotation distance height duration. XYZ. Congrats on your streak, monster. Very nice, very nice. Rotation, distance, height. And then we got to go through all of them. Between and hang on. Here we go. I was going to say I already did this here. Just grab that. Turnout duration equals save duration. Save tween duration. Okay, now in act execute, receiver flowchart finished. Here, we'll put it here. Cam.fn restore cam. Okay, I think this will work. What's poppin', Jimbo? But before I can, well, I think for this is enough to test and just make sure that the flowcharts are working, and then we can get actual target data after. So, comment state, target select. If menu accept, I'm going to get rid of all that for now. In fact, I don't even think we need... no, we are going to need that. Target cell, as target cells has target cell or true. We're just gonna ignore this for now. Q state, comment state, comment state dot act execute. Okay, so this should work. Technically, I think even like just pressing enter anywhere will trigger it. It triggered it all right. Something broke. Invalid access to property of key cam on base object of type nil. What are you talking about? Oh, I never set the handler variable. Let's do that. This can definitely be consolidated. Handler flowchart. Variables. Functions. Function event, add event. Event, which is an object. Yeah. Object, which is a blank flowchart event by default. And in here, we're going to grab this. I'm going to shorten this so it's a little less confusing. Our event, actually, hang on. We're going to do it the other way around. Event.new. Which returns a flowchart event. Return EV. Oh, also, flowchart events, that needs to be in here. Gotcha. Oh, but then I won't get the damn hints. Oh, that's annoying. That's annoying, but I think I will just have to deal with it. Because I don't think I can recast them in inheritance. The editor doesn't appear to like that. So if we do var handler, which is a handler flowchart, and then I go into here. Oh, yeah, I go into here. No, not into here. You go into here. Yeah, it doesn't like this. I guess I could. Oh, I can I can jank it. I can jank it just a little bit. This is gonna be so silly. Recasting. Just gonna drop that little recasting tag to remind future me when I look at this later and go, hey, why the fuck would I make a local variable and then directly assign it to a class variable? Like, why wouldn't I just use the class variable? Oh, it's because I'm hinting. There. I could give every flowchart handler access to the combat camera, but not every flowchart is going to exist in a combat room. So that seems like a bad idea. And yeah, this is quite a nice remix. Okay, now where was I? Right, this. Event new ev dot handler equals self. And then add event FCE zoom in 0. Add event blank. Okay, I think this will work now. It works! It zooms in and then it zooms out and it fixes the camera. Now, let me see if it actually fixes the camera or if that was just the value clamping at work. So if I zoom all the way out and then attack again, zooms in, yeah, and then zooms all the way out. Okay, hell yeah. Okay. I don't know if I'm sold on that camera speed. In fact, I think I accidentally went the wrong way with it. Let me see. Where's AutoCam? I don't want that to be 0.4. I actually want that to be 0.1. I think I want it to be slower. Yeah. I feel about that zoom speed. I think that works. If we zoom out real far. Yeah, that works, that works. I still think I want it to actually get a little bit closer. But again, it needs to be based on distance. Because if I do it like all the way over here, you want it to zoom out more so that both units are on screen. And also I need to turn near call on. That's another reason to keep AutoCam around, because it can manage that. Store cam. Cam dot near call equals true. Oh wait, no, we need to make that false. And then make it true when AutoCam is active. So now, if I can... We do it here. Okay. What if we... Yeah, I just realized that doesn't actually trigger it. That's really funny. Okay. If we do it here, it should work. Yeah, there we go. Ooh. Uh-oh. Huh. Hang on. Okay, if we put it here... Why is that... Why does the trigger on the raycast linger like that? I mean, I suppose it's no big deal because it doesn't actually do anything because the culling is off. I do need to like, hmm. How do I fix that? let me see. Update call. Get a list of all colliding objects. I guess I should do that and then update call, clear call. Okay. We'll make another function for this. Function fn clear call. For object in hiding. Okay, so while hiding dot size, hiding dot pop front dot owner dot visible equals true. That should do it. And then back in the auto cam, which is here somewhere. There you are. Cam.true, cam.fn clear call. Okay, that should fix it. So now parts of the stage will not become permanently invisible if you attack things at a weird angle. Like here, for example. What are you talking about? Great patch note. Let's see. While hiding.size, hiding.popfront.owner.visible equals true. If near call. Hiding. Hmm. Okay. What if we put it here? Else. Or elif. Nope. Else. How about this? Okay, so that does it. I don't know why that doesn't work here. Is it like, does it get, oh, you know what? I bet it has something to do with the fact that it's like process versus physics process. And it's like, it triggered the clear call, and then after it ran physics process and ran update call. So elif hiding dot size. Excuse me. I guess I probably don't need this, actually. This is essentially the same thing. Because it's just going to run into this condition and immediately exit, so it's not like that's costing me any time. Which means I don't need this here. Okay. So now that that works, I want to... What do I want to do next? I think the best thing to do would be to get the target data, because once I have the target data, then I can determine the camera zoom level and the camera position. So I might as well get that out of the way first, which means it's time to do a little bit of AoE math. Okay. So we're going to need target select. We're gonna grab all of the AoE information at the start of target select. I feel like that makes the most sense. The one good kind of math, AoE math. I bet there's plenty of other kinds of math that contribute to things that you like. Listen, Uma Musume is just math formulas. That is the entirety of that game. Well, that and story. But like Uma Musume Racing is all math formulas. Okay. For cell in target cells. For now, we're messing with single target attacks. So I don't need to fuck about with anything. But target cells, terrain cells are going to need target information. So I need to go into terrain cell. Occupy units. Move path by smooth. I'm gonna put it here. Var target units, which I will need. I'll need target units, and I'll need target cells. So we'll do AoE units and AoE cells. Units, which is an array of combat units. And our AoE cells, which is an array of terrain cells. Target select for cell in target cells. And then units, AoE cells. Okay. So we're gonna do a simple version of this for now, just so I can get this just so I can get this data in. For single target attacks, you're going to if if cell dot occupy unit is not equal to null, cell dot AoE units equals cell dot occupy unit. And then outside of that, matter of fact, I think there's a better way to there's definitely a better way to do this, even for the simple version. So you start with cell dot AoE units. We're gonna empty it out. And then cell dot AoE cells is just gonna be, for now, equal to itself. And then for... Oh, man. This is gonna be slightly silly. AoE cell. So I'm not just doing cell 2. For AoE cell in cell.aoe cells. AoE cell.occupy unit is not equal to null. Cell.aoe units dot append AoE cell.occupy unit. Okay, and then in target select, if target cells, I don't think this state needs a target cells variable. Oh, interesting. Wait. Wait. Some target cells. Okay, we do need that because we need to make sure that it's a targetable cell in case any non-targetable cells have like leftover target data. Target cells has target cell and target cell dot AoE units dot size. Okay, now I shouldn't be able to start that zoom in animation until I'm highlighting a valid attack space. Let's see. So I cannot do anything here because it's not in range. I shouldn't be able to do anything here because it's not targeting anyone. Yeah. I need to move a little further away so she can be in range. And then it does the thing. Okay. We're fucking gaming. All right. So now that I have some data, now that I have some data, act execute. We just need the cell. Which means I do want an initializer here. Not here. This is receivers. Here. Function initialize. We want the cell that has been selected. We might also want the act. For act execute, we will, yeah, we'll want the act because that's going to have like animation data and shit. I don't even know if we need the unit because the, wait, yes we do, yes we do. Okay. We need the act and we need the cell that's being targeted. Act, which is an act, and target cell, which is a terrain cell. Target cell. Act equals act. Target cell equals target cell. And then we pass that on to the zoom in flowchart. Which means we need to do a little bit of recasting again. What if I do this? What if I do default zoom in flowchart? Does that work? The dot no, it does not like that. Flowchart as dot. No, find type act under base. Why not? Hmm. Right, because the state is supposed to add to this shit. Yes, I think that's how that's working. You would add that, and then you would add shit to it here based on the act. So it doesn't need... Okay. So the state needs the act, but the flowchart does not. It just needs the unit and the targets. I don't think this as works the way that I think it does. Time to look up the Godot reference book. Godot cast as class. Typecasting classes. Okay, that yeah, that does not the as keyword definitely does not work the way that I think it does. Godot cast as int. Let's see. Okay, so I think these casting functions are like I would have to implement them manually. Okay. That is slightly annoying, but realistically not a problem. So we'll do, yeah, we'll do it this way. RFC which is definitely this specific flowchart. New. FC dot targets equals target cell dot AoE units. What else do you need? That's set automatically. That's set automatically. Okay. So end equals 2. Okay, so we're gonna need some shit here. We're gonna need the average position of all of the targets. Things we require. Shit. Yeah, we require some shit. So var average position, which is going to be a vec3, is going to be equal to average. Is that not? Oh, sorry. We use proper math terms here. I need the mean. What do you mean? Where is it? Hang on. Go get average function. There's no like, huh? How come there's not like a common code math function for average? That's weird. I feel like that would be used frequently enough that would be a thing. Okay, I guess I will I guess I'll make my own. Gutil, where is it? Did I get rid of that one? No, it's right here. Gutil. Okay, I guess it just hasn't been opened recently. Array grid, multicast. I'll put it here. Function fn. Did I do that for these? I guess I do. Fn average. Array, which is an array. I guess I can just leave it untyped. Surely that won't cause any problems. Wait. Oh, I need to make typed versions of this because it needs to return a value. So for an array of floats, it will return a float. I feel like there should be. I'll just do it manually. Var r equals 0 for value in array r plus equals value. Return r divided by array.size. And then we do the same thing with vector 3s. An array of vector 3s, which returns... Okay. Fine. We'll get a little bit more proper with it. Float mean. V3 mean. Array vector 3s, which returns a vector 3. And it is the exact same function. If I really wanted to, I could make it like inherit float mean and do it for each individual value and then recombine them. Like, I could do that, but like, I don't need to. This should work just fine. Okay. For target center, that's what we'll call it, which is a vector 3. Actually, we're gonna need to collect all the positions first. Target positions, plural, which is an array of vector 3s. It's going to be an empty array. And then for target in handler, sorry, the fake handler dot targets, only legal dual citizenship holder of China and USA. What the heck? That's incredible. Target and handler targets. Target positions dot append. Target dot global position. And then target center vector 3 is equal to gutil dot fn v3 mean target positions. And then target positions. Oh, you know what? Hang on. Right, cam center, which is vector 3, is going to be equal to util dot B3 mean between the target center and the unit position. So we're going to grab unit.global position and target center. Gotta befriend more rich folks for you to distribute your next game demo that steals CC info? That'd be crazy. That would that's definitely an idea. That's an idea of all time. Okay, so we have cam center, and let's test and make sure that it's grabbing the center correctly, because I'm pretty sure I know how vectors work, like in a broad sense, but it could be possible that I'm fucking this up real bad. Okay, between distance and 2. Okay, so we want to grab. I'm going to set the X, Y, and Z. Cam center dot X. Did Skoy play a demo that stole his credit card info? Oh right, act and target cell. Act. And target cell. Wait, when did Skoy play my demo? I don't even remember giving it to him. Unless you're talking about the one that's on, what the fuck is it called? Itch. If you're talking about the one that's on Itch, to which I would say I wish I fucking heard about this happening. Okay, so if I just go here, this should place the camera right in between these two tiles. It didn't do that. It did not do that. Invalid operands int and vector 3. What are you talking about? Oh, whoops. My bad. Hang on. First of all, I need to cast the first one as a float. And secondly, like a million years ago? Oh, okay. Maybe I just forgot. This needs to be an empty vector 3. Okay, let's try that again. Let's go! It zoomed in right where it needed to be. Okay. So that... First of all, yeah, I do think we want that to zoom in more. And we want to flatten the camera out. Alright. And gun cam would definitely be useful, because those attacks are going to be from far away, and there's going to be some zoom happening. So the next thing will be to change the direction. We want to get a perpendicular angle. which means they'll need to point at each other. They'll point at each other, and then we grab the direction that they're pointing. As we default zoom in, and then I'll need another default zoom in for like default I guess default TPS, default third person shooter view. Or shoulder, default shoulder. That'll do. But first, this. Is that what TPS reports are? Considering what happened near the end of that movie, fucking maybe. I guess since you can attack multiple targets at the same time, you don't want the target to point towards the user, because there could be more than one. But you can have the user point towards the center of the targets and then base the camera shit off of that. So I'm gonna have unit dot. Do we not have a unit here? Oh wait, that should be in the handler. Handler dot unit. There we go. Dot direct rotation. Rotation dot y. Hang on. Move run should have it here somewhere. Unit model, state switch, unit model. Where the fuck? When does it turn? When does it turn it? That's global position. When does it rotate? Is it in here? Very funny that one of the best tanking trusts in 11 is also an AoE spamming lunatic. Well, that's what makes them a good tanking trust. Dude, where the fuck? Where do I rotate? Where do I rotate the unit, man? Maybe it's an anim character. Yeah, here we go. Between direction. Yeah, it's rotation.y. Gotcha. Okay, so I go into combat unit, model, which is an anim character. Okay. Unit dot model dot tween direction is equal to handler dot unit dot global position dot angle to angle to point. Where's angle to point? Oh, you know, I think that's a 2D vector thing. Oh, man. This is going to be very annoying. Vector 2 of... You know what? We're gonna get this out of the way here. Unit position is a vector 2. Oh, you know what? No. Vector 3. Which is equal to handler.unit.global position. Listen, they're a good tank. You have to be good at your job too, all right? Mentally doing the toothless dance to this song. The synths in this song are like primo 2000s and 90s. Vector 2 unit position dot x unit position dot z dot angle to point another vec2 target center dot x and center dot z. Oh, I see what happened here. Between dot direction dot end. Okay, I think that worky. Just gonna make sure that she turns around here. She does. Okay, thank goodness. And then we just take that angle and get either the either plus or minus 90 degrees, whichever is closer, which I'll figure out the math on determining which angle is closer later. That's a fucking later me problem. Cam dot tween rotation dot end is handler dot unit dot model dot turn direction dot end plus 90. Dig to rad 90. Hey, when you type a word, know damn well it's correct, but it looks utterly foreign for no reason. Yeah, that just happens if you look at any word for too long. It is, it does make me feel like I'm going absolutely crazy. Okay. So if we do this, it should, yeah. And it resets the camera. And then if we go like this, oh, okay. Why didn't that work? It worked, it worked so well. And then I had to do it at a different angle, and that shit did not. Hmm. Between direction. Rotation dot y. Between direction dot current plus vector add 90. Okay, so it is in radians. So why it not go? Is the rotation between on the camera the same? Between rotation. Okay, so the rotation value is in degrees. Okay, so I'm converting the wrong thing. So we don't need Degtorad for once. Man, if I was just not a dummy and just operated in radians, I wouldn't have to juggle this shit. Rad to deg. Okay. How about now? Okay. No. So we don't need the additional 90. Okay, great. And then we go here. That's not quite it. That's not quite it, dog. What if we go like this? Oh, hang on. Gotta be a little farther away. Okay, so it does that correctly. So I think it's moving in the wrong direction? Does it need to be negative? Negative red to deg. Because it's not perpendicular. Okay, yeah, there we go. It was just rotating in the wrong direction. There we go, much better. And we do want it to always have the player character on the left side. I think that works. That's good. See if we're over here, it's gonna spin it all the way around. I guess, do we want that? Maybe not. But again, that's a problem for later. Okay. Position, target positions, target center, cam center. We need distance. Distance, we want vector 2 dot, can we get distance to point? Aspect bounce. Yeah, here we go. Distance 2. Let me make sure this works the way that I think it does. Go vector 2 distance 2. Distance 2. Change the Euclidean distance between this vector and 2. Yeah, that should work. It would probably be let's see. Yeah, it'd probably be easier to just like make a duplicate of these for when I need the two-dimensional version of this. So we're gonna put that here. For unit position 2, which is a vec2 of unit position dot x and unit position z. So I have to, so that way I don't have to keep fucking typing this out. Target center 2, which means these actually need to be lower. Put this at the bottom, fuck it. I'll just do unit center, just for consistency. At here, unit center. I'll change this to unit center 2. And then here, we don't have to type this out. We can do unit center 2, angle to point, target center 2. And then var center distance, which is a float, is going to be equal to absolute value of unit center 2 dot distance 2 target center 2. Wait, do vec3s have distance 2? 3 dot. They do. And presumably they work the same. Well, I feel kind of silly. But that's still useful. I'm sure that I'll get more mileage out of that later. Okay. Chain distance dot end equals center distance. Let's see what that looks like. You do in fact stand silly. Okay, and then if we get real far away. Okay, well, I can't get that far away. Psych! I could definitely get that far away. Okay. Well, we definitely want to have it be closer than that. So, like, same distance times 0.8. What if we did, like, times 0.5? Is it clamping? It shouldn't be. It's definitely impacting it there. But that is definitely not, like... Focus, not here. Because I know it gets clamped somewhere, but it should not be clamped when the thing is not active. I need some evidence here. Print handler.cam. Oh, whoops. Handler.cam. Tween distance. Current. Can you do that for me? Okay, so 3. Which is definitely not... That's not right. Hang on. Instead of printing here... What's the value of a unit center distance to target center? Give me the center distance here. Center distance. Three. 1, 2, 3. I mean, I guess it is 3. Which means we would want to... Get that. We want to get that significantly down. But I'm noticing that we don't want a flat multiplier, because if we do that, uh at longer ranges, it does not work. So it is not 1-to-1. I think instead we want a little bit of mx plus b type situation. Let's get like 0.1, but then add 1 to it. So if we get up close, and then if we get far, no, that doesn't work. That is completely wrong. We want to start lower and have it expand faster. Okay, it's not bad. And then we go out here. Not quite. Let me see something. We get close. Do this. Okay, so they are, in fact, it is in fact not being clamped. Okay. Unless... Okay, yeah, no, it is not being clamped. Or so I think. Something's up. Okay, let's print this out. Let's get a live comparison. Yeah, it's getting clamped. Where is it getting clamped? I need to find every instance of clamping. Find. Combat cursor, combat cam, auto cam. Wait a minute. Why are you in here? What the fuck? Oh, I forgot to take these out. I'm a fucking idiot. $90 plus. Yeah. Okay, so just don't clamp this. Okay, we take this out. We don't need these. Oh my fucking god. I've removed them from the wrong fucking file. Thank God I looked. Okay. Now, go in here. So now that it's not clamping, I can get a better idea. Center distance times 0.8. It should actually get closer now. Something very nice about Godot is that I can edit the code while the game is running. That is why the game has been on screen this entire time while I'm fiddling with the numbers. So I no longer have to do the thing where I open and close the game after editing a number 800 times in a row. I can just like leave it running. Okay, yeah, that is better. I think I actually want that to be like 0.9. It needs it needs a little bit of breathing room on the borders of the screen. Yeah, that looks good. And then far side. I think that's that's about right. Okay. If you do from like here. Yeah. And cruising at a great clip. Yeah, I feel like a significant amount of progress has been made. All right, now let's flatten this camera out. Tween height dot end equals 20. What's 20 look like? Okay. That didn't do like anything. What if you set it to 0? Hmm. I don't think this one's being clamped. So what's the deal? I have to go back in and look. Oh, hang on. Okay, cam between this and. Okay, we don't actually want this to process anything, it looks like. Okay, let's try this. That's more like it. And we'll want to raise the height a little bit so the camera aims properly. Yeah, we'll want some height on that. Camera center.y plus 0.5. That'll probably be good. Can I do like 5 height? Yeah, I think the game devs just help stop me from getting too in my own head. You know how you posted the picture of the cow thinking about eating grass instead of eating grass? I think the streaming helps counter a little bit of that because I'm wary of like dead air. Okay, and if we go out here and we do a little bit of spotting. How much do I like this angle? I think that's a good angle. I don't know if I need to go all the way to 0. Let me see what 0 looks like. Good co-working stream. Do I want it to be 0? Fucking maybe. Yeah, I fuck with that actually. Do I want to zoom in more? Probably a little bit, but any farther than this, now I would probably switch to the over the shoulder view. Like if I go out here, it's too zoomed out. Yeah, I think 1, 2, yeah, 3 is probably as far as I want this side-on view to be. So let's try bumping this back down to 8 and seeing what that looks like. Yeah, I like that. If you get a little bit closer. Yeah. What would standby look like? Standby's big zoom. Okay, I probably will need to cap that. But standby probably I don't think would have a zoom in. It would probably do the bird's eye. Yeah. Farther than 3 it'll do over the shoulder, which I think I can like build into the I can build it into the hmm, into the default zoom in. So it'll auto detect based on distance. It'll either do side on or over the shoulder. And I think I want to do the camera cut after all. Yeah, I think we start zoomed in and then switch out. All right. We're going to get proper fancy, which I think that means I need to implement the next tween type, which I have not done yet. Chase line, in, out, and in, out. Yeah, the final one, in fact. I can actually close the game now because we will probably be in the code for a little bit. New exciting forms of tween. Okay, so we're doing quads. Ease in out quad. There we go. Holy shit. This one is much more complicated than the other ones. This shit about to get gnarly, bro. Okay. Disgusting. Time less than 5. Okay, so we're gonna put this in here. This goes over here. 2 times time times time if time is less than 5. Else 1 minus power. Is that that's the right one, right? Power. Is it exponent? Yeah, XP. And what's POW? Wait, what's the difference between POW and exponent? Arguments for exponent call. Okay, I guess it is power. What the fuck? What is this? Yeah, base raised to the XP. Okay. Okay. Two times time if otherwise 1 minus. Okay, and I'm just gonna kind of pray that that works. I think a good test is to just do the zoom first. And then set them back to chase. Let's see, we need auto cam. Train dot type. Oh, hang on. We're not specifying that you're a tween. Silly me. Can I have an element of type tween in an array of type array tween? What are you fucking talking about, dog? Godot, do you know how fucking stupid you sound right now? Cannot have an element of type tween in an array of type array of tweens? You cannot be serious. All right, let's do this. Array, which is an array of tween, is fucking this, and then here. Are you happy? What are you talking about, dude? These are specified. Camera should be specified as well. Yeah, it's a camera focus. So you know that these are right. What are you talking about? Reload the project, bro. This is pissing me off, dude. Ooh, okay. We just gotta fucking, we gotta hold that, I guess. I don't know why I can't, it won't iterate through a fucking for loop properly in a typed array, but fucking whatever. Okay, what are you? It's type. Okay. Type en. He's type. There. Tween dot type. Tween dot en. Oh, I forgot. Wait. They're lowercase. I forgot Godot has a built-in twin class, and I'm not using it because I'm an idiot. I am genuinely stupid. I made my own twin class instead of using the twin class that Godot has built in. They already figured all the math out for this shit, man, but I was just like, I'm built different. I'm going to continue using my own twin class, but I get pissed off every time I see that they did the work already and I'm just not using it. Chase. And then we do the same thing here. What will you teach people to never? Never. I guess we'll find out. It'll happen one day. In ease type dot in out. Okay, so end. Let's do dot fn new end. Start equals dot end times 0.5. Dot duration equals 0.5. See what this looks like. I think the rest of them will snap to their final values when their tween types updates. You're gonna see. Yeah, that's something. And I was right, the other ones do snap, which is great. Hmm. I think Where is act execute? Oh wait, no, it would be in AutoCam. In restore cam, we would do fn new end and do not skip. So rotation, distance, and height. Let's see. Let's see if that does it. AutoCam Z. Fluctuate at camera. We're gonna set the delay on that to 1.5. Time to fiddle with some numbers for a bit. Just rein this animation in. I think I want that to be a little bit more snappy. I don't know if I need to fuck with the formula or just the duration. I think I wanna fuck with the formula. Let me see. I need a tighter in-out ease function than the quad. A tighter in-out. Yeah, there's no better way to phrase that. Let's see. I believe the one I grabbed. Okay, the one I grabbed was quad. What if I grab... Circle is like the snappiest one, but that might be a little too quick. I'll try it. Oh! Another disgusting function. But I have a slightly easier time reading this one because I know there's a ternary operator in here. All right. Time to go back to the tween. In, out, circle. Okay. If less than 5, we're going to do a little bit of this. Two, and then otherwise we're going to grab this. Two times time. There we go. There we go. And then default zoom, or sorry, the auto cam. Instead of in out, it's in out circle. All right, let's see what this looks like. Yeah, that's better. And then we can lengthen that a little bit. That's just like a 1 second. All right. So that starts there. We also want the X, Y, and Z positions. So all 3 of them. You got the distance, the rotation. I think the only thing we're not gonna fuck with is the height. Start equals where I'm gonna be in here for a little bit longer, so I'll close the game view. Let's start. We're gonna have that be the unit center. Unit center dot x dot duration equals 1. And I'm definitely gonna want to save that as a variable separately, so that way I don't have to change them everywhere here. Or between duration 1. Equals between duration, and then copy that and paste it there. Dot start equals notation dot end plus 80. See what that looks like. Yeah, I think I will mess with the height a little bit. Is that now we're getting somewhere. Fn new end 0 dot start equals let's do 5. Okay, how's this? Let's trim up that duration a little bit. Start with a little bit more height. I think we need to start with more like camera height, like position height instead of the height angle. So I'm gonna leave that. I'm just gonna comment the angle height out. We need physical height. We're gonna start it at like 0.8. See what that looks like. Hmm. There we go. That's more like it. Okay. And then have her play the animation. I do have an aiming animation. So I want to get that slotted in and then we can call it a night. Actually, fuck it. I don't know why like I call it a night and then I'm probably just going to keep going after stream. Fuck it. I'll just keep going a little bit longer. Actually, it is getting kind of late already. Yeah, no, I would probably genuinely call it a night. Considering how long it would probably take to implement it, just being realistic. Okay. Move run. Here we go. State switch. I don't think you would ever tuck me into bed, Foul. You always go to bed before I do. Not always. I mean, most of the time. Like that is true. It's not like close to 100%. I feel like it's close to 90%. Okay, so we figured this out, so we don't need this. handler.unit.model.fn state switch. Oh, I need to add it. I need to add it to the fucking... Hang on. Handler animation. It's very strange about your sleep schedule after you had that month where you couldn't sleep. I mean, that's very understandable. Okay, we need to add a couple more states here. Last time it happened, you became a Star Wars fan. Who knows what could happen if it happens again? True. Add 2 states here. State attack gun 2H aim. And then state attack. Is it attack or act? Hang on. Yeah, it is attack. Okay. Gun 2H. Aim. Recoil. Probably gonna want to edit the name there. Oh, fucking go away. We're gonna have to move these further out. And further up. This animation state selector is gonna get so heinously large. Lift and yeah, lift and separate. Okay, it's aim and then aim recoil. Aim recoil. Okay, that should be good. Then we go into anim character and add a couple new ones here. So we're gonna... Region constant. Attack. Gun to H aim. Aim recoil. Okay. And then back into flowchart. No. Flowchart event. Switch, aim, attack, aim. And then they would switch back to idle in the state. Combat state, act, execute. Restore cam. Whoops. I'm just gonna grab this off of here. Oh, state switch. Anim. Idle. Let's see what that looks like. Yeah, that works. Oh, fuck yeah, we got some shit. I think because there's a camera cut, I don't need to have it smoothly turn. I can just have her, like, snap face. So let me fix that. FN new end. Wait. Would that work here? No. We would just make the start also be this. Start pause dot end. Yeah, there we go. That looks good. And the culling kinda works. Some of the terrain's in the way. I think I would just have, well, the over-the-shoulder view would fix that, to be fair. And of course, we need to account for differences in elevation in terms of like adjusting the aim and the animation, but that is also a problem for future me. That's a polish problem. Okay. Now, right now we live in placeholder world. I've got some time. I think I want to figure out that over the shoulder view. Center distance. Okay, we'll put the unit stuff at the bottom so it's all together. Okay. If we're gonna say if center distance is less than 3.5, we'll say, because it wasn't super precise. Center distance is less than 3.5, we'll do the side view. Otherwise, we'll do over the shoulder. Else, I'm going to copy all of this because we're going to end up fucking with all of these. We're going to have the end be... We're going to stay centered on the unit. Starting at 0.6, I think we only go up to 0.8, regardless of distance. I like starting at the same angle, but then we're gonna end up... It should not end plus negative 80. Stay at 0.8 here. Oh, whoops. That needs to be down there. Actually, the angle will need to change based on how far away from the target it is. Hmm. Let's start with this number for now and just see what it looks like. Okay, so if we do it from here, 1, 2, 3, it should still be side on. That was weird. Why did it do that? Hang on. Why did you do that? Why did you do that? That's... Hang on. Oh, the angle is completely wrong now. What the fuck happened? Oh. I can't have this be after all of this. That's why. Music's only so threatening. I love some nice threatening music sometimes, man. I guess if I'm gonna bring this to the top, I might as well bring the animation change with it. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, and if we get farther away... Why is it doing that? And twin rotation dot n plus 70. That's strange. Why is it, the more consecutive attacks I do from this angle, the farther back the camera starts? That is not what that is supposed to do. This one works just fine. It sets it, let's see, rotation set to model direction. Dot start equals direction dot end. Rotation dot end plus 70. Why would it be like this? Okay, what if we don't set a starting point? What do you do then? What? Okay, but if I then continue to do it from here, what if I do it from here? Oh, here we're close enough that it does the close one. Okay, no, it's definitely incorrect. You should not be like this. Okay, what if we do this? As you at you. Okay. End is rad to dag. Okay, what if we do plus 70 and then plus 0 here? What does that look like? Okay. Really? That's I'm kind of surprised that's within the 3.5. So it appears to be grabbing the correct angle. Hmm. Plus, uh, hmm. Oh, I think I see where I'm going wrong, kind of, maybe, perhaps. They both need to be relative to... They both need to be relative to the character. Maybe. Yeah, there we go. Now it's consistent. However, I need the camera to move to the right a little bit, and the tricky part about that is it needs to be relative to the camera. which means I probably want to set the rotation first before setting the position. Hmm. What I could do is adjust the unit center 2 since I'm not using it elsewhere currently. That hopefully doesn't bite me in the ass. But how do I add from an angle? Vector 2. What do I have here? Go to point. I can make a vec from angle. I think. I think this works the way that it does. Creates a vector 2 rotated to the given angle. Yeah. Okay. So unit center 2 plus equals vector 2 dot from angle plus dig to rad plus dig to rad. It'd probably be negative 90 times 0.5. Unit center 2 dot x. And then this is going to be slightly confusing. Unit center 2 dot y. Okay, let's see what this looks like. Nope, it was positive 90. I'm a dingus. And it doesn't need to be that drastic. This needs to be a little bit. I think we actually want to zoom in a little bit. Hmm. I think that drastic of a angle difference is hurting the transition a little bit. Let's try this. Yeah, that's a little bit better. I love that song. I need to push the camera forward a little bit. Okay, we'll do this. Var unit start. Unit center start. Or this would be end. Unit center and this is vec2. Unit center start. Plus Diggerad plus 5. Center end. Unit center start. Start.y. How does this look? Maybe a little further back. Yeah, there we go. All right. We did, in fact, get pretty cinematic. I think that's about as much as I'm going to be able to get to do tonight. If I try to do anything else, I'm going to be up until like 1 in the morning. So I'm pretty dang happy with progress. I think what to work on next. Let's see. There's a couple directions I could take this. I think what I want to do. I think what I want to do is have the like hit. I want the like hit effect to go through because that would be based on that would be based on that would be based on the act that's being used, so that would be good for implementing that data because that needs to be put in. And then from there I can just add more acts. Like I can add in more weapons, or rather the rest of the weapons that I have added already. There's this two-handed rifle, there's a one-handed ranged weapon, and there's a one-handed sword. I want to get those three like fully implemented so that way all the systems are fleshed out, and then I'll start adding other weapons. So I have to have the like shooting animation actually happen. I have to have damage calculations go through, which means I then need to add UI to show the health bars and stuff to see that the damage is actually happening. I need to add a reaction, like a damaged animation to play. So there's a couple things I can do next. I think I'll start with the shooting animation, and then it'll kind of extend from there. But yeah, we got ourselves some shiad. Anything keeps up should be you. True. All right. Let me see who I can send you guys off to. I just want to fuck with the duration timing a little bit more. I think that looks right. Yeah, that works. All right. Wait, let me see how the centering works. If that's there, if I go like all the way back here and do spotting, is it still centered? That works surprisingly well. Maybe I don't need to adjust for how far away the target is. That just like that centers. That centers pretty fucking nice. Just one more tweak. Okay. I think we're good. Okay. Who is on? Minty's on. You know how it is. We gotta go over there and show her the progress. I love going over to Minty streams with like things to show. She is so supportive of all creative endeavors. It's very based. All right. Show and tell. If I'm gonna do that, I should record. I should record some shit. Let me screen to GIF. Oh, but if we're gonna do that, I gotta turn off the. I gotta turn off collision shapes. So it looks a little bit less debug. There we go. Do a little bit of this, do a little bit of this. All right. There we go. That should do. Now let me just trim this. So it's nice and presentable. Okay. Save. Save as MP4. And hopefully it's small enough to post in Discord. Okay, perfect. Okay. As always, I like to support small streamers, so if you're coming with me on this raid, man, be nice. You can be little gremlin bastards if you want, but be nice about it. And most importantly, give the streamer a chance to shine, a chance to show their stuff. And until maybe tomorrow, we shall see. If it may be game dev again, we'll see. Though I do also want to get to some more Next Fest demos. We'll see how I'm feeling tomorrow. Until whenever I see you guys, thank you, Brooke, thank you, Val, thank you, Mino, thank you, Monster, thank you, Vin. Did we have... I think it was just... oh, thank you, Danny. I think... Yeah, it looks like that's everybody. If I missed anybody, I do apologize. But again, until whenever, same time, same place, I will see y'all next time.